Good morning, Beth.
Ito lang po yung green na ano.
Dun sa Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Giselle.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, Toby. Morning, Giselle.
Morning, everyone.
Hi.
Morning, Beth.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Ray.
Morning, Ray.
So, you have a meeting at 9 a.m. Is that right? Ray,
Double book.
double. So I suggest, Rod, we will just ask you to speak one after the other in the sequence in the poster, and then you can have the a brief discussion afterwards. And I would request Aldo to host.
Hello,
it.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Morning.
Morning.
We can hear you. So we will ask Rod to speak, and then Toby, Willie, Raul, Ray, and then Dong for the sequence. And I would like to say that at 9 o'clock, I also have to leave because I have to attend the funeral mass. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Not so well. Okay.
Uh,
Okay, now I can hear you.
okay. So I think it will just be straightforward. I would like to hear from each of our NAST officials or leaders what you think we should address, and in particular how PAASE can contribute to NAST and to the Foresight plan.
Yeah, I thought a little bit more about it, Giselle. NAST being associated with DOST is partially government, so they can only go so far in terms of making statements. Whereas us, PAASE, we're a volunteer group and more international in flavor, we can do some of the heavy lifting on the things that NAST cannot do. So I think it's just a matter of what are those in terms of the discussion today. Is there something that NAST can assign to us that you guys always wanted to do that you could never do because you're partly government? So to me, that's the bottom line of some of the things that I believe.
Excuse me, can I say something related to that?
That's right.
We are not that dependent on the OST on anything that we would like to say. In fact, we can say anything independent of the OST. So therefore, it's not always like that. We just have to, in cases of national affairs, most of the time we submit whatever recommendations to them before we make it known to everyone. But we are independent. NAST is independent of the OST in making statements or whatever. In fact, even the international statements or opinions that we make, we don't even ask the advice of the OST. Yeah. We attend, okay, we attend meetings and we just want to say something independent of the OST, and then we can say that. But anyway, thank you. Your previous statement was correct because you are connected to many international organizations. You can help us in some ways to connect with those organizations. Thank you.
Yeah, that means actually, in fairness, actually, in maybe race of si Sec Boy, he's actually very open to our inputs. So yeah, it's been a very good relationship. Nakikinig naman siya. So okay lang. Of course, whatever we say, we have to be careful to justify, be ready to defend it, and temper sensitivity. But in general, Secretary de la Peña has been very open. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. In fact, may I say something again? In fact, in any advice that we make, Usually we give a copy to the office of the president. Like for example, the White Sand, how do you call this, scandal or whatever. Yeah, the Boracay and everything. The statements and all the advice were given to the appropriate agency and also the office of the president, because the primary role of NAST is to give advice to the president and the cabinet. So we give solicited as well as unsolicited advice. So for the unsolicited advice, we choose our battles. So we choose the major ones because we have to study very well the case or whatever. And then we ask experts. There's a reason why PAASE can help us in this regard. If we don't have experts around, we can tap PAASE experts for questions that need to be considered locally. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Rod. Thank you, Toby, for the quick comment.
Yeah.
Just sorry, it's a 900-pound gorilla in my mind every single morning, thinking about how to make science relevant and how do we be part of that effort to make us all the way up to the top, if possible, rather than you know. And
Yeah, if that's possible. Yeah,
And then
emphasis is
may kwento lang ako no, kasi madali akong magpapaalam. And I remember I attended the one Senate hearing, di ba si Senator Villar, recorded ito pero totoo naman nangyari yun. Okay. So si Senator Villar, di ba may allergy yan sa science? Toby was not able to attend. So I made sure that I attended. It was about plastic pollution and everything. So I was just listening to all the comments.
Na-mute ka. Wait.
Isang question na hindi sila makasagot lahat sila. So nagtaas ako ng kamay. Sabi ko only science can have the explanation. And if I remember it right, academician Kulaba was very clear in saying that there is a need to have that so-called life cycle study of all the garbage and all the possible garbage that we can generate and try to see what we can do with them from the start to the end. So si Villar was sabi niya, get her address and let the NASD help us, something to the effect. So nakikinig sila, I think ngayon medyo open na sila. Di ba matara yan si Senator Villar?
Yeah, baliw daw tayo sa research.
Baliw daw tayo sa research.
I can say that.
Okay, I think the others can...
We have one more minute, Giselle, I think. So you can open up now.
Yes.
2 more minutes.
You will open up.
Did you accept?
Yes.
Should I
And,
accept everyone?
Well, NAST is the highest scientific advice. I am accepting everyone. NAST is the highest scientific advisory body of the country. So there is independence in the NAST.
Yeah, but there are times that it's too heavy-handed if NAST comments on and everything. Like the news article yesterday, I think something lower or delegated to the younger group. I don't know if it's OYS or NRCP, but something to not to rise to the level of NAST right away, to feel the actual, almost like a groundswell. I don't know. I'm just feeling a little bit agitated again from the comments yesterday on the newspaper on the article that NAST.
Anong article yan?
Yung in-interview sa
shared
about DOST scholars not being paid, and that's
Yeah.
So,
Well,
let me tell you that our last Fireside chat this year, which is on Thursday, December 17, is with the DOST leaders. That's why I think it's important to have these informal chats so we can talk about this openly. And Sec Boy already confirmed that he will be present and is asking his USECs and the executive directors to be present. And he would like, aside from PAASE, the NAST and NRC to be invited. It's a good time for us to try to talk about these matters because, as someone pointed, it's not entirely accurate. The fact not so accurate in the news articles. It's a good chance for Sec Boy and others to clarify. So anyway, I'd like to recognize NS Raul, corresponding member Anvilla Lobos. We have Tito Aliga of UPD Earth.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, everyone.
Morning,
Thank you
everyone.
so much for
Morning.
joining.
Doc Willie is there na rin with his mask. I think he's in a car.
Doc Willie.
I'm on the
Yeah.
road.
Oh, you're on the road, yes. That's why you're moving a little bit. And of course, Doc Ray is there already.
Lori.
Yeah.
Hi, Tito.
Morning, Tito. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Al. Of course.
Oh.
Sorry, I could not finish yesterday. Meron kaming another meeting that followed. But I emailed Giselle some comments. Thank you,
Yes.
Giselle.
Thank
I
you,
hope you
Tito.
take them fruitfully.
Yes, and Tito, be with us next Thursday when Sec Boy de la Peña and his team will share with us their, thoughts on how we can help the DOS.
Thank you.
I'd like to tell you in advance that I will leave at 9 a.m. because I have to attend a funeral mass, and so I will take over and get the discussion to its ending. Thank you.
Giselle, I think most of the people from NAST who are present will also leave at 10 because we have an executive
9.
meeting at 10.
9 o'clock.
9,
9.
yes,
Nine.
9, yeah.
9.
And we have to leave also at
So, Press Rod, I think we should start now. And as I said earlier, we will just get the leaders, NAST leaders, to speak for about 8 to 10 minutes each.
I think we don't need to have that much because the topic is so clear cut. It's
Yes.
how PAASE can help NAST in its activities, especially in terms of the advisory function, as what we have started a while ago. I have told the members present that NAST is giving advice, solicited as well as unsolicited advice, but we choose our battles for the unsolicited advice, and we usually give our advice directly to the agency concerned, like for example, the case of the Boracay and White Sand, we give directly to the DNR and Office of the President and all the other agencies. And sometimes we give statements to the press or whatever news item that we give to the press. But not all of these would go to the press because we would like everything to be really cleared before we give them to the press. And then also, as I have mentioned a while ago, I think PAASE can help in terms of giving advice, especially if we need experts in particular topics, just like, for example, in areas that we don't have experts here. Because when we give advice, we choose the experts that are really helpful in our role to give advice to the president and the cabinet. Just like, for example, our advice on COVID, we give directly to the IATF. And on the vaccine, we had almost 4-hour webinar as per the request of SecBoy. And I think the president and the IATF were very open to the advice given by NAST. Okay, thank you. That's all I can say.
All
So
right.
we're open to experts from PAASE who
So
can help us.
we will ask you to speak again, Rod, because
Okay.
now
Okay, go
and
ahead.
Don Rasco is here now. So I will start it now. And let me just welcome everyone to this fireside chat. Let's hear it from our NAST leaders. PAASE contributions to STEM education and other priorities in the NAST S&T Foresight Plan. We are honored to have with us the members of the Executive Council of the NAST, President Rodriguez, Vice President Toby Dairit, Chair of the STI Foresight Steering Committee, Willie Padolina, NS Raul Fabella, Dong Rasco, and Ray Vea. And here's our discussion guide, NAST S&T Foresight Plan. STEM education at all levels. I was advised by VP Toby to focus on this. All levels, basic, tertiary, postgraduate, and continuing education, other S&T priorities areas. And finally, we would like your suggestions humbly on how we in PAASE can help NAST. Let's point out that many of our executive council members are part of NAS, of PAS as well. So thank you everyone for joining
Can't
us.
hear you, Giselle.
Okay, so can you hear me now better? Can you
Yeah.
hear?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, yes, yourself.
all right.
Loud and
So,
clear.
all right, thank you. So we will start with President Rod and then go down the line. Toby, Willie, Raul, Dong, and Ray. And Al will take care of moderating the chat afterwards. Thank you. I'll stop the screen share now.
Okay. I have started actually talking about item number 4 and how PAASE can help NAS. And then I'd like to proceed with the first item, which is the foresight. I'd like to say that the foresight, STI foresight for Philippine development actually in the next 30 years was stimulated by Secretary Boy de la Peña. I think it was during my first year as president when Secretary Boy de la Peña challenged the NAST to come up with the 30-year STI foresight for the Philippines. And we started working on this only in the late 2019. And we are now about halfway, not really halfway, maybe 1/3 through. We're coming up with the first draft for the foresight part and submit this to Secretary Boy de la Peña, hopefully this December. We are scheduled to give this to Secretary de la Peña this December, and then the other half in 2021, which is the strategic plans for the foresight. We are consulting all members of science, technology, and innovation group, not only in the Philippines. We will be consulting PAASE through the Delphi and the focus group discussions that we will be doing for the second part, which is the strategic planning. And then we have also consulted with the business group and then continue again for the second part. So we are busy now editing the first part. The two of us are doing the content editing. Chairman of the steering committee, academician Willie, is helping me, and the editor-in-chief for the copy editing, TJ. So we are quite busy, especially to this point. And maybe the printing and layouting will be done on the 11th so that we would be ready to do this before the 15th or the 18th. The foresight will have 10, 12 operational areas that would include several areas where PAASE can help or give inputs in the strategic planning. In fact, in the process of doing the different operational areas, writing them, we considered the outputs of the PAASE annual scientific meeting, especially the technological um, and innovation possibilities for the next 30 years. So with that, I'd like to end my talk and give the chance to the other members of the NAST to speak regarding the foresight as well the other topics of concern for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rod. Now we will proceed with Toby.
Yeah. Well, good morning to everyone, and yeah, we're happy to be able to share with you, what we've been doing and how PASE might be able to help. I guess in general, I'm with the chair of the mathematical and physical sciences division. I guess it's a more theoretical group of among the divisions. I'll just talk about three main concerns or which we've been involved with. The first one's already been mentioned about education, manpower development and retention. But maybe I'll reserve that for academician Willie, since he's chair of the group. But as Giselle mentioned, we've sort of divided it into four main areas: basic education, up to secondary education, and then you have college education, so that's mainly the bachelor's. Um, but also, of course, you also have technical training, yung mga TESDA. And then you have the postgraduate, so this would be the master's and PhD programs, the formal programs, and the one who's most interested in this is academician Cesar Saloma. And then you have the post, well, I call it continuing education, which really covers the whole range from postdocs to even yung retooling. Um, I think, all people in government would retire by 65. Um, and but 65 is still a very productive age. So, but we have not really given enough attention to um, retooling. For those who want to continue to be, to be involved, they don't have to be in the lab or anything, but certainly there's something that they can do. So those are the four areas in terms of um, human resources and talent retention. Of course, at the back of the minds for all of this is the yung brain drain, which is always in the background. So that's the human resources part. The other two concerns which have been we've been involved with is really plastics. And here there are really two parts to the plastic problem. One is the current, what to do with the garbage, current garbage, including the legislation. So we've been talking with I think President Rod probably attended one of the sessions on all these bans on single-use plastic, and I think we have to really educate the legislature that it's not that simple. Um, and I gave a talk for the LGUs on how they might approach the single-use plastic issue, and then the more long-term one is really what are the viable options for plastic in the future. And this is a big topic. We haven't really covered it because it needs a lot of, you know, actual knowledge and hands-on experience on development of plastics. We can't just propose plastics which are not, you know, well, you have to look at sustainability and actual cost, etc. So that's a big whole new area, or a whole different area which we haven't really tackled because there's really no, or there's a lack of expertise on um, the science and technology of plastics itself. And maybe this is where PAASE can help, um, guide the discussion on plastic. And then the third concern, which comes up, in whenever there's a disaster, is really disaster. So that includes earthquakes and typhoons. And of course, we have a number of members of our division who have this expertise. So those are the three main areas that we are involved with as for the division of mathematical and physical sciences. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Toby.
Yeah, take it.
Go ahead. Yeah, now we will listen to Willie. And later, I think I can ask Rod and Toby and everyone else in the panel to identify some people in PAASE that they might have in mind. So, Willie, thank you.
Yes, good morning to you all. Just three things. First, let us not make excuses anymore about our poor performance in PISA, TIMS, and the SEATLM, Southeast Asia Primary Learning Metrics. We have been poorly performing since 1998 when we first took the TIMS. We were in ISMED at that time when the results were released, and the excuse was because of language. But it appears from the Southeast Asia primary learning metrics that we are also poor in language. So let us stop making excuses. And we are distressed by the action of DepEd that they want to prepare people to take the exam. That is very distressing because it will not solve the problem of our poor educational system, which I think in the next 5 years, from K to 12 up to the graduate level, will have to be put in an intensive care unit. Second, because I am involved in the writing of the Foresight chapter on talent and talent retention, I found out that our target of 380 per million population is very low. It is not a UNESCO norm. Nowhere in the UNESCO literature will you find that that is the norm. It is an average for developing countries. So we have been considering 380 as a target. It is very low to my mind. That is why we're not moving. Singapore has 6,000. We are targeting 380. What a shame. Third, for us who are developing technologies, I think we should look at it from cradle to the grave, as Toby said with plastics. Some observers have said we have overspent in terms of technologies, and we need to balance the budget now. If we are so careful with assessing whether we will adopt nuclear power, that's cradle to the grave, why should not we be as careful when we look at plastics? When somebody generates a technology, can we ask the researcher to tell us how they will dispose of obsolete parts? And when it becomes obsolete, that's the same way we're looking at a nuclear power plant. We're very careful. Why can't we be very careful about technologies now when we have overspent our inputs in the technosphere? So what I'm saying is that as we adopt robotics, as we adopt electric cars, we should worry about what to do with the parts of the robots when they become obsolete, and what should we do with the batteries of the electric cars when they conk out. Where are we going to dispose of them? That's the same problem we're looking at for a nuclear power plant. Where will we put the spent fuel? Why can't we apply that same rigor for all the technologies that we are developing? That's all that I want to share this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. I think the early to long-term view has been reiterated already, Bryce, in this chat. So now we will move to Raul, and it's Raul. Very good.
Mute. National Scientist Raul, you're muted.
Good morning, everyone. I have only 2 points and I need only 2 minutes. I'll give the rest of my minutes to the rest. I want to say something about the December 9 ABS-7 report on TI TIMS, where once again, we reiterated our stable position at the bottom of the heap. And the only consolation about that is you cannot go worse. You can only do better. So this is from the supply side of human capital. I'm not sure that we are putting enough emphasis on science and mathematics, that our pedagogy is one that inculcates a romance for mathematics and science. To me, that's very important. If you don't have a romance for mathematics and science, even the best teachers, the best, then it will not, because you yourself automatically will not seek out the space, the math and science space, and be comfortable there. So I don't know which we already have an proven pedagogy from our own members, Chris Bernido and wife Marivic. The reason I am enthusiastic about this is that it's learning by doing philosophy behind it. People, students learn by swimming in the water, in a sense. And I remember I had a math short circuit, a brain circuit, short circuit, every time I faced long division. Only I realized that long division is not mathematics. That's not it. The algorithmic part is interesting, but it's not mathematics. Mathematics is more than that. It's bigger than that. And it was only in geometry that I found some meaning in mathematics. And that's where the romance started. So I don't know. Perhaps it's a policy issue. We have to be able to convince the Department of Education that in respect to science and math, we should not be doing what we have done before and expect better results. Perhaps we should, even if it's only starting small, we can experiment perhaps with the Bernido pedagogy, and side by side we can then compare what we get there from what the general trend, and if there is a differential in the results, then we can argue convincingly that we need a shift. So that's the first. The second is I'm a social scientist, and my concern is, of course, economic development. Economic development constitutes the demand side for human capital. The more developed the country is, the more it has, the greater the demand for human capital. And that demand for human capital translates into the demand for technical courses or technical training and expertise. Again, it's an area where I'm a contrarian, of course, in this, and I have made many enemies along the way. But we have been doing a lot of things that we have been doing in the 60s and still are doing. We're still trying to push away direct foreign investment, even as we preach to the rooftops that we want them to come in. We are reducing we are increasing the effective tax rate for direct foreign investors. Direct foreign investors are important because that is how you leapfrog, especially in manufacturing. But our share in direct foreign investment in this part of the world is, you can cry over, you can weep over it. It's terrible, but we're still pushing them away. That is the problem. So I'm glad that the PAASE is carrying on dialogue with people in industry. One must, however, realize that the Philippine industry is of two varieties. One is non-tradables, that is represented by Mantaring, or by Riza, and the other is tradables, that is represented by the better, the engineer Mantaring, the tradables. So, and we have been putting in the gauntlet our tradable goods sector. It is exactly the opposite in Vietnam, where their emphasis on tradable goods sector is so heavy. So we have been talking about this for a long time, and on deaf ears. Perhaps PAASE can dip its finger. Thank you.
A lot, NS Raul. Very, very insightful. Thank you. We'll now move on to, is it Kad Dong Rasco first, before Ray? Kad Ray? Dong?
No, si Ray na lang muna. Ray, I think you're ready na. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am. Well, I recently did a study on marshalling S&T talent for national development. And I anchored my write-up on 380 RSEs per million population. So now I guess I because there was nothing else to latch onto. But with what academician Willie said, maybe I have to change some of my conclusions. Like I said that the SHED Centers of Excellence and Development should vertically articulate their BS programs into MS. And those that already have MS should further vertically articulate their program into PhD and actually increase the number of graduates in the case of MS by an order of magnitude, and in PhD by 2 orders of magnitude. So I guess I have to change that. We now say the graduates of MS by 2 orders of magnitude and PhD by 3 orders of magnitude. If we shoot for 6,000 instead of 380. Anyway, that was one of my conclusions. The other one is that the throughput at the bachelor's degree level is very low. It is for STEM, something like 30+%. So where do the others go? And when foreigners come here to accredit you, they wonder, they scratch their head, why are you throwing away so many students? Why can they not be made to graduate? So we have to solve that problem. The other one is I'm recommending that the countries support just a few number of universities to be research universities, and that they be the motherships of talent development in science and technology. And it's we just put the number of Scopus publications. That could be a metric. There could be other metrics, of course, but it should be so easy to choose. The thing is, the difficulty is just trying to limit it to so many, because politics comes in, you cannot do that. And then I found out that the most number of students in the undergraduate level are in or biology and in IT. Maybe disproportionately. There are a lot of students studying biology, maybe an order of magnitude more than physics or chemistry. Maybe the reason is they all want to be doctors. But if you just harness that and knowing that, if you believe that the 21st century is the century of biology, then that could be an important resource for a country. If you could just build very strong biology programs all the way to the doctorate level. And IT, of course, because research in IT is really not very expensive, not as expensive as engineering or the medical sciences. So, if we try to get a lot of these graduates interested in further studies in IT, then that's the intellectual capital. Then you just provide good connectivity and good machines. Maybe we're in business, or we're in the cloud now. So, computing power is not really that much of a problem anymore. And I also found out region-wise, there are a lot of good, the bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs in northern Mindanao as a region are very strong. But you'll be surprised to find out that they have no support from a system of science high schools. And there are a lot of science high schools throughout the country. But in northern Mindanao, there seems to be a lack of such schools. So the system there could be very well strengthened with just this simple step. Then in Visayas, I think the SUs there should be mandated to establish PhD programs over the years. And in Mindanao, the private schools should be given incentives to establish PhD programs. Parang nagbaliktad yung Visayas and Mindanao in this respect. So I just want to highlight those points. As far as the cooperation or collaborative activities between PAASE and NAST is concerned, it's just, I think, a matter of the management of the intellectual capital of both organizations. And the intellectual capital is huge, if you look at it that way. So how do you manage that? Well, there are various ways, and that is the challenge before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Hope you can share with us your report.
It is a NAST study, right. So it should be available.
So we will share it with PAASE. Thank you very much. We'll now move to Dong Rasco.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm happy to share with you our thoughts about agriculture and related fields. The Agriculture Division of NAST covers not only agriculture, but also environment. This is a recognition that agriculture and related activities, including food processing and trading, have the greatest impact among the human activities. These related activities have the greatest impact on the environment. I'm a plant breeder, but our division represents many different academic disciplines. At the moment, the main focus of our division activity is to prepare one of the 12 operational areas of the Foresight document. And this is targeting food systems and nutrition. Well, to follow up on academician Padolina's description of the educational system, we are concerned not only with cradle to grave activities. In fact, our coverage is much broader than that. I would say it's from conception to resurrection, because we are dealing not only with inputs in agricultural production, meaning fertilizers, seeds, pesticides, but also production activities, primary and secondary processing, trading, and eventually waste management to try and return materials and energy utilized by the system back to the system. In fact, the main focus of our food system and nutrition foresight is to try to make this system a circular thing, because right now it's mainly linear, that we don't really care what happens to the waste. And this includes what academician Derek mentioned as the problem with plastic waste. The food system utilizes a lot of this. Packaging materials, if you examine the waste that eventually goes to Manila Bay, most of them can be traced to the food system. Packaging material for coffee, for for instant noodles, etc. Of course, lately it has been joined by mask and face shields because of the pandemic. But before, it was mainly traceable to the food system. So we are concerned with this. The other main concern is, and this is we consider this as the key to transformation of the food system. This is our ambitious plan to transform the food system. The key to this is the shift in consumer preference from one that is mainly processed or semi-processed, highly processed food, uh, products of the industrial agriculture system that is now prevailing, to one that is more localized, that is more nutritious and more kind to the environment. So what this requires is a shift in consumer preference. So we will benefit from expertise, if there is such in PAASE, in behavioral sciences. What can we do to make people change their dietary preferences? Um, and this leads me to the next question. Considering the applied nature of what we're doing, please note that agriculture is mainly an applied science. What kind of expertise might PAASE be able to offer us particularly during the preparation of our Foresight document? Specifically, how can we use advancements in technologies such as blockchain and artificial intelligence so that we can make agriculture more efficient as well as kinder to the environment? The next big thing that is about to happen is a continuation of our Delphi process. And here we need experts from the various fields that are covered in our food system project to be part of the Delphi process. So if we can get some people from PAASE who can join us in the next stage, that will be very helpful. If you need more information about what we're currently doing, I would suggest that you look at the website of Feeding Metro Manila in 2050. This is basically the outline of what we're trying to achieve, which is transformation of the food systems in the Philippines. This document is focused on Metro Manila, but the basic principles and the strategies will be equally useful to the entire country. So thank you. Back to you, Giselle.
Thank you, Dong, for very, very important points that you presented. So I think at this point, we would like to ask Al to moderate. But before I leave the meeting myself, I'd like to point out two or three things in my mind. And one is, Ray, if we focus only on IT, but we do not get the experts to provide us the good data, experimental data, or data relating to you know life sciences and all, then it's not going to work as well. Okay, and I think that's very important. We should develop all areas and not just IT. And this is what I had told AIM, that you shouldn't just get your data from the private sector that would maybe serve the marketing goals of the private sector. We must get data on the environment, on health from academia. Okay. Second is, Ray, my comment on increasing in orders of magnitude our masters and PhDs. It's just unrealistic to do that. We have to start somewhere, and I think the stepwise development would be good. So 380 increased to 1,000, that would be a more realistic goal. So I think we have to be realistic, because if you don't have the teachers at all levels, you cannot produce the numbers that we are aiming for. So I think Al, at this point, please take it away, Al.
Okay, thank you everyone for presenting your individual teams in that sense among NAST, because to me, I'm just new. You just got me in July, and I'm still learning the ropes, even just the writing and reading all your materials. But I'm happy to help already, as President Rod and Doc Willie assigned me to have begin the scoping for potential industry practitioners for the Delphi part for participation. And I did get back to them after talking to my contacts in both MAP, PCCI, and MBC to tell me what they would need in order to be of service and of use. And more likely also, we might need to have a conversation with them individually as a team. And those the same way we do it on an industry level when we do it with my US aid Stride Consulting as well. Definitely that's something that we want to be able to utilize the NGOs. Just also took on the chairmanship for a Unilab Foundation for STEM, Center for Integrated STEM Education, TOBI. And they have 13 people focusing from TVET all the way down to grade school STEM training. I would love to help you with that foundation and see the mechanics on how Unilab can pour in more money in this area. Guys, I'm in the middle of a lot of industry academic collaborations for the last 7 years between USAID, MBC, and of course Tito from ERDFI. I've been encouraging them to really take a play. And I think we need to do more of these communications as we go forward in terms of pulling them in. But we cannot do it by just email and we need a conversation with them. We need a pitch, as Risa Mantaring was saying. What's your pitch, Al? What's your value proposition? And that's exactly where I'm trying to digest that so that I can mouth it out to everyone. I pitch every day. I have my elevator pitch for my own company for 17, 20 years. I do that for a living, attracting venture capital. Now I'm trying to attract groups and capital as well to be poured into a STEM. And I think this is very timely. My challenges, of course, I've been identifying from the plastic side. Toby, definitely Bobby Batumbakal, which is part of UP advisory group that Tito is aware of on plastics. San Miguel is an active player from the industry side. Definitely Doc Willie's tips option has been very, very critical. And I've asked the group of my father-in-law, Ramon Del Rosario. They have 70,000 students with their FINMA education system. And I'm asking them, guys, are you doing something towards trying to increase this? And said they're not quite there yet, but I'm asking Chito Salazar, who's part of Philippine Business for Education as well, to be able to connect with us in terms of our issues around those areas. So I'm identifying players, I guess, as you're identifying areas of interest among NAST. Both within PAASE, I can say definitely on Dong Rasco's appeal to food security, and to me that feeding Metro Manila in 2050 is a nice pitch, and I can get a lot of PAASE members who are in agri are willing. So definitely starting with Joel Coelho and Andy Lobos is in the audience as well, would want to help in that area, being in Bukidnon. And of course, I'm looking at the FDI and the economic sense, and definitely National Scientist Raul Favelia's business network needs to be supported by an army of scientists moving forward. And right now, AIM is also appealing in that area. They have the data crunching capability, but not the actual science behind it yet that they would want to tap into the rest of our academia. And so the question now is, how do we formalize the teams in the sense that I see some duplication and overlap between NAST and PAASE, but to me, the value is I'm looking at the audience right now. There's probably more young people who are listening to us than old administrators like us. So that's a good thing. recruiting our army, if you think about it in that sense, who wants to lend a hand is a critical path. And I don't know exactly if we're doing that as NAST or are we delegating that to a smaller group of people. I had that same conversation with Greg Del Pilar of NRCP. We were just doing an evaluation of the procurement problem among young scientists and about to engage in a survey next week in terms of where the bottleneck is from their side. And clearly to me, it's more of being able to communicate to the younger group how much of the OYS are we deputizing them to recruit more towards our specific teams? Because I did see it in our trade and business group. I had Raymond and me and Krista, which is an OYS awardee, but we never went down. We never went down to the rest of the team. Is there an effort among our NAST group? I know in AIM, Raul is very active with Chris Monterola and Erica Legara, and they've recruited a solid team already. We met some of the startups even. So how far are we willing to go in terms of filling up our teams, President Rod?
All the sections that are being written, for the Foresight involve OYS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so therefore, we are in direct communication with the OYS. In fact, parang baby namin sila, kasama namin sila sa lahat ng, in fact, it's the NAST that chooses the OYS every year.
Mm-hmm.
So baby namin sila. Whatever they do, we help them. Whatever we do, we seek their help if we need them. For example, I noticed when I went out that our young scientists are not actively involved in the activities of the OYS, the young scientists abroad. So immediately when I went back, I talked with them and then I told them, what are the problems that you have so that we can help you. So now we have a project with them. They can get money from DOST to provide them to attend meetings abroad so that they get involved in activities of young scientists abroad. So we are directly interacting with them. They help us, we help them, and we in the Foresight, since ang bata ito, talagang kasali sila. So they are involved.
Perfect. Thank you. I mean, deputizing the OYS is a multiplier for NAS, indeed. In your areas, Ray, Toby, I mean, how far are you taking on the young? I know Toby is the president of the National Chemist Association, and he's very much in touch with the field of the chemical society. In engineering, Ray, is there a unified engineering society? I'm part of PICHE before. We were young engineers, and I think Bud was recruiting us for an environmental work.
Maybe I'll
Sige, Toby muna.
Ay, sige. Yung expertise na kailangan sa plastic, ano yun eh. May katamang engineer, polymer chemists, polymer engineer. So it's not really the field of the ICP. We really need to put together a group that really looks at plastics, the functionality, waste management, etc. We don't have that group.
Bobby,
we don't have that group yet.
Be a good connect for you because they've done it.
Sure. Yeah. But a lot of that's also quite advanced technologies which are patented. So they're not really accessible.
A plant in Dagupan where they recycled and used it for making pavements already. And they were
yung pavements sort of, in fact, that's the easy part. The difficult one is and you can't use all plastics for pavement. May ano rin yan.
Correct.
Only certain plastics you can use.
One thing that's innovative on the patenting side, guys, I just want to let you know, I attended the AUTM, the Association of Technical University Intellectual Property Group, 3,000 strong. In the pandemic, they allowed license-free utilization of all US technologies which has a conditional life for use during the pandemic. So I think we can adapt. I'm encouraging the IPOPHIL and the group here to utilize a similar pathways for our academia to lend everything we have in UP. I'm part of the UP Tech Transfer Group for the pandemic's use. But at the end of the pandemic, it goes back to the group and we can license it back if it's a good use. So I'm thinking along those lines and the modeling in terms of being able to disseminate more technology transfers. But for me, I need people down below who would be accepting that and implementing it to the level. That's why the reach of NAST, both in engineering and the sciences on the lowest group is also of interest to us, because we need those. PAASE has some of the experts, but we have some people on the ground in the regions with the effort of President Giselle in the last 2 years. But clearly, NAST can has a better cachet or a better ring in deputizing technical people. And Ray, maybe during your manpower capacity, have you identified the key hubs, if you want to call it, where we should be housing most of the research and activity in the regions? And how did you go about your evaluating our manpower nationally?
Well, first, to your question about young people, the NAS itself, our division, ESTD, has this award, the Magsaysay Engineers of the Future, the Future Engineers and Technologists Award. And every year for the past several years, we've been looking for young people who just got out of college, no? So I don't know if that's how young you want to look at it, but we've been giving them awards for work they did in college to give them incentives to pursue careers in science, in STEM. But then I think the effort to encourage the young is not really very strong. Maybe the professional societies like Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers would give awards to young people. The Transportation Science Society of the Philippines, when they hold a conference, they make sure that there's a corresponding conference for students.
Yes, PICHE. At PICHE for chemical engineers.
Yeah. Or maybe there are others that I don't know of, no? And your other question about where should the hubs be for research, there's always a problem. Do you give your support to those who have already demonstrated the ability to do it? Or do you give it to those whom you want to encourage to develop their... I would think you should give it to those who have demonstrated, because of how far behind we are other countries. So if you put your attention on those who are lagging, it will take you more time. So just encourage those who are already in the vanguard to go for it and give them all the support. And that's the strategy of most countries, Japan, China, Brazil, even the US does not really have that many. They're not all research universities, right?
Yes.
You just have a limited number compared to the total population that are research universities. In this case, I think it's clear where the research monies should be concentrated. Maybe if there are niches in other places, then they could be supported. But I would go for supporting those that are already in advanced state, so we can catch up.
Ray, may I say something?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Just to bring the discussion to a particular problem, which may actually be endemic in the whole country. The University of San Carlos Physics Department is small, but it is very productive in terms of publications.
Yeah, I know.
Now, the University of San Carlos is considering eliminating its PhD program because there are too few people. There are too few takers. And of course, as a private university, it has a bottom line concern, and that's understandable. So here is an endeavor already proven, but which may disappear. How do we deal with that?
You better talk to the president of USC.
Yeah, Father Johnny. And
sorry.
Yeah, but the reasoning will still be the same. Are we going to bleed the university for the sake of this small stellar department? And
Um,
perhaps endanger the whole university. The reasoning is always the same.
um, that's where some economics should come in. The return on investment in the U.S., according to Lester Thoreau, in Building Wealth, the book Building Wealth, is about 18%, whereas the social return on investment is something in the order of 66%. If you consider all the after effects of the technological or technology that is developed. So I think based on certain calculus, they determine that it is really government that should support research where you will not see any returns 10 years and beyond. For private companies and maybe private schools in this context, it has to be 5 years or so. And then, so the Goldilocks area for cooperation would be somewhere in 5 to 10 years, like the lithium ion battery. That was a result of public-private cooperation. So I would say that in this case, government should really come in and support it. And they should not look at the short-term benefits of the R&D activity, but of the long-term, like Teflon in the moon, in the moonshot, Teflon.
Ray, just to make it concrete, you cannot go to the Department of Education for this. But perhaps you can go further with DOST.
I think so.
I wanted to pose this question to the group, starting probably from NS Raul, because you have done a very good job in cultivating the budding data science program in AIM. And I see that as a model. The way we treat science topics now is an ecosystem, an innovation ecosystem. And part of the solution that we were discussing is the problem you identified with Father Johnny in USC. I discussed it with him, his difficulties a year ago when we were doing another group, Iris group of Napuanillo, the challenges that were faced. But they said we were consulting a big French company called Dassault Systems, who's doing all of our experiences in 3D. That's their mantra now. And they're an $8 billion company. So what they're trying to do is to treat each of the industries that they serve as an ecosystem. And every action within that ecosystem has this residual effect, social impact, and return on investment. How can we do that same level? We do life cycle analysis now, Toby, for plastics and all the product. How can we do that same ecosystem assessment for the key industries, especially agriculture, as Academician Rasco? If we can do this, we can justify private investment to come in if we do our stories correctly. And to me, that's the challenge. I don't have a value proposition on every problem that we're trying to solve. And technically, that's what you need to do. To say that if you support the physics department of USC, you'll be able to generate more papers. But on top of that, you strengthen the engineers that USC is already producing, creating the Evelyn Tabuadas of the world that does mango processing that's now generating 10 million pesos of sales every year because of the USC education that you promoted. So more like a whole ecosystem story that I wanted to challenge every one of us to relay, especially to our other stakeholders, may it be business, may it be NGO, may it be DOST is, sorry, but DOST is running out of bullets as well. So we need to get the NGOs, the USAID strides and the foundations as well as the business groups to come in. And I'm trying to drum up enough interest within NAST to kind of do that level of engagement. So please tell us your story in AIM, NS Raul, on how you got the Aboitiz $10 million donation. I'm sure you're very much part of that pitch.
I am not a data scientist. I'm there only because my heart is in it.
Yes.
And I provide kind of the visibility of the program, but my heart is really and truly in it. So but the data science is done by Chris and Erica. So
but that's exactly what you did. You gave credibility to Chris and Erica to be able to pitch their science to the people like Aboitis, to the people of like the Ongpins and everybody else outside of the original group behind NIM. So clearly to me, if we can do that, Academician Rasco to the whole agricultural, Agri-Nurture, Proterra, all the big companies that we can relay our story on how we can increase our productivity with their money and their investment, co-investment. Things like that is the one I wanted to look. I've been back here, guys, for 7 years. I've been still looking for billion peso models that is supported by SNT. And luckily, I have nothing to speak of. I mean, MTech was the first one that we licensed out of UP in 2015. That's the diagnostic kit. I connected it with A-Star Singapore last year for the rollout in the whole of ASEAN. And Indonesia was ready to buy it for dengue detection. Then COVID happened. So it would have been our first $1 billion. I want to list it in Singapore so that it will have enough valuation so that it will have the right kind of support financially, both locally and ASEAN-wide. Those are the kinds of things that I wanted us to start exploring if we can. I know it's a little bit more towards the trade and the business, but we need all hands on deck. We're at a war right now, if you ask me, in terms of science and even the country's survival, if you ask me. So the ecosystem part is one of our PAASE motivations in 2018 that Secretary Ernie Pernia supported, mainly with Joel Cuello's initiative, starting with the agricultural ecosystem. So I'm wanting to ask if we can together engage in that kind of a conversation with our fellow stakeholders, using the Foresight and the Delphi as the beginning of that process. Is that something that you guys are open to doing, pitching to, talking to our industry partners in your respective groups? I'm willing to broker that or even to do the connection if I can. I'll ask, again, I'm 2 degrees separated to anybody in the Philippines, and we'll use those connections. But again, we need to have our story straight, exciting enough for them.
Okay, may I?
Yes.
Okay, so we have discussed this in our Execom, and definitely we have zeroed in on you helping us on this. Al, talagang
Yes.
tingin namin makakatulong ka. Pero the focus group yung focus group discussions will be done maybe beginning January per operational area. I think we need to have a meeting with you on how to do this, meaning the meetings with the different important or key members of the industry and business, so that we can have a more, how do you call this, organized meeting with them. And I think we need to have a planning meeting for this. So the Execom will have to decide on this, and definitely sinabi namin importante kang personality do sa gagawin na second part, which is the strategic planning and mapping for the Foresight. Okay? So maghanda ka, Al. Marami ka pang meetings with the Execom.
I'm good to go.
And,
Let's rock and roll.
Okay? Okay, sige. Thank you.
I think we have to drop
Thank you
off.
very much, everybody. I mean, definitely, I know you have a 9 a.m. to go to in your executive council.
Maraming salamat.
Again, we will pass on the information that you provided today to our memberships. I mean, plastics, Gobet, if not Gobet, at Vincula can connect us to the more younger Diana Aga on environmental, Toby. Ray, I think manpower, I'm definitely asking all our engineers in PAASE to lend a hand in terms of our ability to increase your manpower.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Al.
Thank
See
you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Sige.
Thank you, everyone. Thank
Sige,
you.
nice discussion.
Bye-bye.
Leaving
Bye-bye.
now. Bye.
Who else is in the group? Giselle, are you still there? I think Giselle has left the building. Tito, sunod na kayo sa EarthFee.
We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, gamitin natin ang EarthFee as a model, Tito.
Hindi, ang kailangan yung success stories, Al.
Yes, we need to get there.
It's a network, but we need to, alam mo, members natin, they want to see what's happening, like yung sinabi mong dinala mo Singapore. If
Yeah.
we can develop that and make it work, that will give everybody the confidence that we
Yes.
can do something. Otherwise, we just keep on talking.
Tatlong
Wala
model lang
tayong magagawa.
hinihingi ko dito.
If we just keep on talking, walang mangyayari. We have
Yes.
been doing this for the past 7 years. Magkasama tayo eh.
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes there's also an element of luck and timing and opportunity that opens
Of
up.
course, yeah.
Yeah. So to
Yeah.
me, I give that challenge kasi nga, it was opportune for me to be asked to be an ASEAN Diagnostic Council
Yeah.
Chair for the Philippines. Doon lang nagsimula yun. So I mean, that whole thing was moving forward until COVID, of course, happened. But there are new developments. We haven't sat down for the last, I'd say, 3 years.
Oo
I
nga
think
eh.
it's time. And I saw the new energy.
Ang problema natin ngayon, Al, maraming estudyante na, they are now doubling in the stock market. Kasi
Yeah,
they
well,
see,
that's quick money. Quick
Yeah,
money thing.
exactly kaya,
Yeah,
kaya
mali yan.
sabi ko,
Kasi,
the
but then
difference
again,
between the stock market and real life, na maraming malaking kita sa stock market, yun ang ginagawa nila.
but beggars can't be choosers. Kailangan nila ng pera. The last time I saw it was at si Pupi Estrella, kaibigan ko. Kaya nakita kita nung ng tatay.
Yeah, si
So,
Maria. Okay.
Tito Manny. So
Yeah.
I think with your group, with sila Ferd, sila Val, I've been hearing a lot. You've been helping Cebol. I've been helping them Cebol on the UP Manila side as well. So there's a lot of new things that have been ongoing that were almost on a parallel level. NAST definitely is a new development for me and wanting to help them as well. So, but nakita mo, ito yung buong ecosystem natin nabubuo na, nag-uusap na lahat eh. And PAASE's partly role is to open up that dialogue. And I think that's the challenge. Let's continue the cooperation and hopefully we'll get to the models that we wanted to produce. Yeah.
Sa EarthFin naman, with our new leaders, as I've said, I have been there for 7 years, but I could not deliver anything.
Yeah.
So sila Ticho, Val, and Ferds will do it.
Yes.
So change of faces.
Pahinga ka muna. Pagod ka rin eh. Nakakapagod naman sa totoo lang eh. Nakakapagod. Pero, yeah, but we just have to keep on pushing the envelope. And
we have to keep on pushing. Tama yan. I agree with
bring
you.
in young, fresh blood that are willing to make a change. Give them a crack at piñata.
Kailangan eh. Yung mga daring. They can be 80 years old, but if they are daring, yun ang kailangan natin. Not the young. The daring is what we need.
Yeah, sugod tayo ng gusto.
Kaya mo.
Yeah.
Kailangan natin,
kailangan natin ng ma-inspire to ng mga bata eh. Kailangan pakita natin. Kasi kung hindi natin papakita, hindi tayo tutularan eh. Si probinsyano na lang ang gagayahin nila eh. Magpupulis na lang sila lahat eh.
Sige. Thank you, Al.
Yeah. Thank you, Tito.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye, Cynthia. You're still there.